Hello, gamers. Hi, everyone. How are we doing? I can't believe we're still on this game. I can't believe we're still on this game. Oh, I wanted to finish it yesterday, but an emergency came up, so I had to go. But we are finishing it today. Guaranteed. Unless another emergency happens. But it shouldn't. I want to beat this today. So we can start on the next games, of course, obviously. But hello. How is everyone? I hope everyone's doing well. That's right. Right. Let's get our voices ready. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Donem. Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cords found on both the victim and on this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is gonna be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Interesting. Worn by Elise Donem, found in the garden of the inner temple. Alright. A little lantern, a little statue. It is certainly a quaint little garden. Oh! What is this huge bowl here for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over, but the ice in this bowl has been broken. Okay, that's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case? Well, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me. Got it? That's called disturbing a crime scene, detective. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. Yeah, that is weird. And it's an almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Unless you look above and see a perfectly rectangular ceiling. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, detective? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. You can't tell anyone. Got it? Yep, got it. Understood. Well, it's top secret. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see? I was so disappointed I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch. I love his anecdotes so much. I'm like, yeah, sure, yeah. Is that it? That's it, ow! Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. Although I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. Looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recent are we talking about? As recent as the night of the murder. Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at the time, I guess. I guess. The snow was swept away with this broom. Got him. Alright, let's talk, Gumshoe. So, how's the inner temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were, it's kind of hard to say, actually. Oh, great. They were inconclusive. I guess I better look into them myself. Alright, Phoenix. Roll up your sleeves. It's time for you to do the detective's job. Maya. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yeah, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant over here. We'll have to wait, since she is the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern. I'm so happy. What is wrong with you? Slash banned. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Really? Did he say my name? Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. Oh, man. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Oh. Maya, so these letters are written in blood? Yeah. What's worse is it's the victim's blood. Okay, so she was over here when she died. Great. Ah! This is Miss Donim's blood? Dowsim? I don't know. We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. No one else was bleeding. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down. No, please do elaborate. You know what? That was really bothering me too. And I just came up with the answer. The result of my own special gumshoe investigation. They should make that a spin-off series. That'd be crazy. Oh, wait. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Okay. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Adonim wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. We've done this before. No one ever writes the killer's name in blood. It never, ever happens. It's happened like 3 times in this entire series or something. And every single time, it's been faked. From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seemed pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Stonham's murder. That makes sense. Her dying over here makes sense. Her writing the victim, like the killer's name and the killer being Maya, no sense. Makes no sense. At least that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? So Miss Donham was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Karma? Surely a special gumshoe investigation will reveal the answer, no? But wait a sec, the bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? I get, maybe? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. I guess, yeah. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. Unless they flew over here. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. Unless they flew back. I love Larry's sketch's description. Horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. Except, you know, the people stuck over here, like Pearl and Maya. Did we forget that there was people over here? I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. This really was the scene of the crime, and I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. No, what happened, Matt? Why's your life over? It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright. Iris! I'm really glad to see you. Hi. What happened? What happened? Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. My favorite manga recently, Sakamoto Days, got picked up for an anime, but it's Netflix. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? And it's on the same list as Squid Game Season 2, so there's gonna be like no budget. Oh no. I'm so sorry. Why do bad things happen to good people? Oh no. I'm so sorry, Matt. I'm so sorry. Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Oh. Wait, Edgeworth. I'm coming with you guys. No. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? What? Why? What possibly? Why? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? As an openly bad, secretly good person, I can't confirm. This isn't simply a rescue operation, Wright. It's also an investigation. As soon as we rescue her, she's being arrested for murder. Again. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright? But it's Maya, Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Fine. Fine. Ow! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? You're a mean counsel, Von Karma. I miss Maya. I think I've seen you... No. Not gonna lie, this is the most cynical thing I've ever said. I think I've seen you say worse, and I've seen you say things for about a month, so I highly doubt that. Von Karma, I demand attention. Please, ma'am, please. She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Sister Bikini looks like she shrunk some Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. Thank you, Francisca, thank you. You tell him off. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello you two. How are you doing? From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. I mean, OMG, today's the 5th anniversary of Dedicated by Carly. It's all my fault that this has happened. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Poor Iris, she was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. She's so nice to a fellow women. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Not me? Oh, yeah, you did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. You two are the only ones who said that to me. I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave enough to testify so truthfully like that. But I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those psyche locks of hers. Alright, let's break her psyche locks. Oh my gosh, everyone has such heavy locks. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Donham had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. Ooh! What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. That's not suspicious at all. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. I'm smart, you see. Suspicions? Yeah, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Donham's true identity. What does? Oh! Wait. Oh! Wait, I figured it out! The Karine Master's talisman worn by Elise. Okay, I know who she is. I got it. Oh, that's actually... Oh no, that's so tragic. Oh no. Oh no, that's really tragic. Miss Donham had this charm with her at all times. Ha! Where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. But then... What do you think it is, Mr. Wright? I think it belongs to the master of the Karine School of Channeling. And who could possibly be the master? I don't know. Maybe... What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Donham really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Donham's true identity. The scroll. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same marking. Oh, that's how... Oh, that's how my... Oh. Oh, this is actually really sad. This painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. Oh no. But this scroll shows the master of the Karine channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. And who holds it? Who holds it? Someone's mother does. the very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. That's some green gravy looking like vomit. This crest is reserved for the Master of Khura'in. Misty Fae. Who on earth told you that nonsense? Oh, I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fae, told me. What? Do you mean that Athelite is Misty Fae's daughter? Yes. Wait, you didn't know? Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fae's sole successor. Oh, this is not a time for jokes. OMG, this is unprecedented. Mystic Misty! Oh, okay. Oh. Got her. Broke her heart. Oh, Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Khura'in talisman is the symbol of the Master of Khura'in. The bearer must carry it with them, always until their death. Ooh. Until their death? So Elise Donham was really Maya's mother, huh? Oh, that's so sad. She was Misty Fae, the master of the Khura'in channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. Looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. But what happened? Well... Ooh. What's happening? Oh no, it can't be. Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple, this kind of tremor might... Oh my god, I'm getting like a headache. The inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall, it might very well cave in. What? Maya! Zoinks. Yeah, I was getting motion sick too. I'm like, I gotta look away. Oh no, oh man, imagine if Maya died too. That'd be like crazy. And then Pearl's like, Maya's actually gonna die. Probably. Yeah, guys. It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course, you run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Uh-oh. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. She's so nice this chapter. What the heck? She had some like character development off screen. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot he's scared of earthquakes. Oh, I wonder if he's alright. Oh no. I forgot about his character quirk. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? No. No. Come on, let's go. No. I'm never thinking about him. Quirk? My Hero Academia? What? We've got to hurry to the inner temple and... Oh. Hi. Right. Ah, what are you doing here? Oh. How could I have... How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? I will become the #1 hero. Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. Oh. No. The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. Oh no. What? Oh no. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. So it was just now during the... Oh. It's easy to see Edger's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes. Thanks for reminding us, Phoenix. It's been a while since they've been brought up. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? Ooh. That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right. The inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now, and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth? Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. You've known her for how long, Phoenix? Barely at all. You didn't even defend her today. Edgeworth did. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. And you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth, I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall, Sacred Cavern, now. Alright, let's go. Let's go. February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. Fortunately, the Sacred Cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. Oh, no! What? 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 Oh, are you kidding? Who did this? Dead women. It's just dead bodies all over the place. How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this Subnautica reference? Iris, did you do it? Iris, please tell me, what the hell is going on? Leviathan lifeform detected. Oh boy. They're just... Oh, those aren't psyche logs, they're just logs. Yeah, but they're trick locks. Right, is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? What? Are you kidding me? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edward, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Okay. Rude. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you can make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. Yes, sir. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Oh my god, Phoenix. It's crazy that Von Karma has learned to be a better person. She's the best. She's the best. I love her so. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the secret cavern was alright, but... But what? Then I saw these chains here. Doesn't stop her whipping, though. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Wright tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks. I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each of them, I could remove them. But... it will take time, won't it? Yeah, about a day if I had to guess. Get a whole team of people in here. Tell them, like, all the different combinations and have them all going at it, like, a whole day. Like, get, like, a whole big team. Have everyone going, like, trying it then. Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. What will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We've gotta wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the night of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple. It's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Oh, come, Iris, really? I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Oh. Alright. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break these locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Oh. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Hi, Keeper. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again.
Oh, Mr. Nick.
Hey, Pearls! What are you doing here?
Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright?
Well, we don't know yet.
Oh, I see.
Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. What goes on within the heavenly hall? This is the loser's shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that?
Look, Mr. Nick. Mr. Lorice did a picture of me.
That's, great, Pearls. We're gonna gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh.
Oh, Mystic Maya.
Oh. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? Heh, I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I gonna do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls?
I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing.
See? Someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? He's actually so right. It's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good.
It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it?
Pearl and Larry found family trope. Oh, I love it. I love it.
I love it. It's like a dream. A wonderful fantasy.
Nah. It wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you. Iris really flew that night.
But Mr. Lorice...
Not you two. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. Hey, what's with that look of doubt on your face? Pearls?
Yes, Mr. Nick?
I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Could she not have been falling or something? Like, no, she was flying, obviously, Matt. Get it right. She's clearly flying. I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. There's a murder? Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? Did you murder some? There's a river below, and this is a video game. The physics could easily allow her to jump in to remove fall damage.
I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing. Does it, Mr. Nick?
I know she's flying, but these fairy non-believers aren't looking for other solutions. Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, she's gonna have locks, isn't she? She's 100% gonna have locks. You were supposed to be in Miss Dunham's room reading a book together, but Miss Dunham was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Did you kill her, Pearls? So what exactly happened last night, that night, Pearls?
I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick.
Yep, I knew it. I knew it. Oh, no! What? She's 9! You're telling me she has a secret so heavy that it requires 5 psyche logs? She did it?
I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished.
Pearl, what did you do? What are you talking about, Pearl?
My spiritual power, it has disappeared.
What? Her powers have disappeared? Damn it, no Mia. I stole my mommy's money for sweeties. What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls? Oh man, I don't get to see Mia now.
It's all over for me.
No more Mia model, thank God.
A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint.
Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at the Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cruel of you. Just as I thought. I'm gonna have to break her psyche locks to get the truth out of her. Oh boy. Where should we go? I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Oh, she's shaking. Well, what's the damage? How is the sacred cavern? It looks like it survived. But we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. But who could have done that? The only people who knew how to set those trick locks are those of the Quran tradition. We have Iris at the sacred cavern, trying our best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yeah, you were telling me how the Master of Quran disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. Has her profile been updated to say Misty Faye? Yep. Real name Misty Faye, Maya's mother, master of the Quran channeling technique. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the master, she said, "Someone who's trying to destroy the Quran tradition's main family line. Uh-oh. I am here to put a stop to them." Ooh, oh, so Maya's in danger. Uh-oh. Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new master of Quran, and her daughter's the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the master worth this much bloodshed? You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real? Nah, I don't think so. Yes, I do. He's so funny if he's like, nah, I don't think so. Nah. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead, plenty of times. Yep, there. During the Master Mask case, and during Maggie Bird's trial too. And also, plenty of other cases that weren't in this game. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The Quran technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. Do the other games just not exist? No, they exist. It's just apparently he's like, the only relevant things are things I say are relevant, okay? Otherwise, we're not talking about them. I mean, the ability to communicate with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but he takes pills to forget stuff when he feels like he's filled out a game. With all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see, all because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. Yep, okay. Yep. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. Don't worry, Sister Bikini. We solved the incident. That incident? She talking about what I think she is. I'm sure the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. DL6. 17 years ago, did I do this? It was your birth, Matt. Your birth caused this. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. Yep. Don't worry, Sister Bikini. We did all this in the first game. The DL6 incident. I knew it. The DL6 incident. I mean, I know it, but just a recap for everyone else. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Oh, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used the spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right. He was. And he wasn't guilty. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Quran tradition openly involved in. My birth caused shifts in the world. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Quran Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Quran tradition is starting to recover at last. But with the new master wielding the power of the clan, does she mean Maya? The spiritual power of the Quran channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before.
We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us.
According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right. And it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too. An older sister named Mia. Rest in peace, Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life. Oh, as a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Aww. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. Morgan. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Yeah, we know all about her. Morgan? There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Quran Village. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, Then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is... Whoa! What? No! What? Are you kidding? Iris is Morgan's daughter? For real? I just jumped out of my seat in an IKEA. But, yeah, me too, Phoenix. And it was a display toilet. Are you okay, Matt? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter. What? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? No, because I was using it and everything went everywhere. Rip, rip. Oops, I thought you already knew. You mentioned her daughter, after all. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest! That child? She's Mystic Morgan's? I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. Ugh. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Morgan Faye, older sister of Misty Faye and mother of Pearl and Iris, is in solitary confinement. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters. What? There's a third! Not 2. Wait. What? 3? No. No way. Yes. Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. Let me guess. Just a hunch. Is her twin sister perhaps named Dahlia? What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. Please explain. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Karine's reputation hit an all-time low, when Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master. He left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. You're back, hold on. Alright, boo, I'm back. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up, to be looked after by us here at the temple. So he took the twins from the mother, and then he's like, I don't want them both, and then gave one away. Not even back to Morgan, just gave one away to the temple. Like, That's actually crazy. What a loser. Like, I don't like Morgan either, but that's actually crazy. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister, could it be... could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. Phoenix isn't an Phoenix, you know. You know who it is. You don't need confirmation. It's very obvious you know who it is. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband, but even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls? It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris had a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more information, get some more info. Morgan Faye's daughter and Iris' twin sister. Her father deals in jewelry, apparently. Young Sheldon ended. Thoughts. Interesting conversation topic. Oh. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? Bro, I genuinely cried over it today, like actual tears. Oh no. No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Karai. Whoop. I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way. I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who? Me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. That Bob Sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? Can I have it? So, how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What, you mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. Be careful, once it should be there. As soon as you the light bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Interesting. Burnt up old letter? Yeah, I was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple. The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. Right after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? Got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff, but it's got no relation to the case. Yeah, but spirit mediums! Burnt letter added to the court record. Alright, let's read it. It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. Literally, it's very important probably. Alright, be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is... She's our owl. The whole... Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is burn the also make. Tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Oh my god. Did y'all ever own the Spider-Man soundtrack, the OG one? I didn't. I did not. I better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. So, what do you know about the real murder weapons so far? Sorry, I'm having a yap session right now. Let me lock in. No, we love the yapping. We love yapping. I used to have a CD of it that I listened to in the car on a repeat. Apparently, I heard a song from it again. It was hit with the craziest nostalgia. That's nice. That's nice. We love it. We love you yapping. Well, it wasn't the stitchy sheet though that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, there must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, it is tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken, but I am headless. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. They're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's the secret weapon? What's this secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You've got to think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are scientifically speaking made of metal, right? Any questions so far? Metal detector. No, I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. You're so smart, Matt. You got it. You nailed it. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. Gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Yeah, of course, yeah. Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling ya. Alright then, I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute... Okay, Phoenix, way to make me feel dumb. It's so sensitive you can make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off it. Who bother? So now I'm going to tell you how to use it. We've used it before, Gumshoe. We've used this. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere. Right? We literally use this in a court case. In court. Sure, that's what we're trying to figure out. Right, so first let's turn the detector on. Wow, crazy. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off something metallic. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good look-see, pal. Don't worry, this baby will let you know if you hit on something metallic. And when that happens, press enter to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Oh, okay. Ladder! Look, a ladder! That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I met plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you can miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. The Shishishito next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Idiot. Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yeah, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? Death. What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division? You think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. Think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. A model. So true. It doesn't look like there's anything here. Hey, pal, all you... Yeah, okay, fine, jeez. It was beeping. This is Miss Donham's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however way you look at it, that thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the... Oh, he broke it. Nice job, Phoenix. Look, the top is coming off. Look what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Oh. That's a sword. Inside the staff? Is this... Could it be? The murder weapon? Oh. Bleach reference. I've never guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. I call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey Gumshoe? Who knows about this hidden sword? Literally no one. What? You just found it out, Phoenix. What? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there's any traces of blood on it. And I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? Or someone wiped them off. No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. You know, like a reasonable conclusion to draw. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shishishito, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal. Okay, there he goes. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know? You're gonna get that stuff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off just for a while? Oh, what are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? Who's that? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and... well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been... Please, detective. Let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of viridian there. Okay. Just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just the regular run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Okay. Now you take a good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Oh, Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure. Thanks. Oh. No one knows about this except me and Detective Gumshoe. Can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Donham doing with a staff like this in the first place? Yeah, was she here to murder someone? Pasta, take me. Pasta. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Oh! Hi, bestie! Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edward? Hey, don't you dare run away! You need to murder someone, just push them off of a cliff. In a video game. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? You. If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out. Oh, I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. Oh. You went back to the criminal affairs department, right? In Minecraft. You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris? Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime. That's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya, as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes? No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives you even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edward found himself in the middle of a murder. Of his father. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. Guys, my stream froze. Live update me. Someone live update Matt. That single gun, never mind, it's back. Shattered my whole life. This picture again. I lost everything that day. All because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there. But... I don't know, dude. I'm a fairy, so I can fly. That's how it works. Real. So true, bestie. It was a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself in my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? Aw. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. You too? No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file? Yes. I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before. 6 years ago. 6 years ago? You telling me you met her before I did? It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solved this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. I beg to differ. Edgeworth discovers twins. No, he's about to. No, she did not have legal issues. He's 100% thinking of Dahlia. He's 100% thinking of Dahlia. It was his first court case with her in it. Unrelated. He's about to figure out that twins are real. It's crazy. Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Alright, yeah, they're twins. Edgeworth. Crazy concept. That people can look alike. It happens, though. Hey, Edgeworth, did you know that Iris had a twin sister? If he finds out she's Phoenix's ex, then he might throw her under the bus. What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files. I checked. When Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young, apparently her sister was raised by her father. A jeweler, I think? A jeweler? He actually reacted like that. A twin? The secret 16th student? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I think he knows too. I think you guys know the same person. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? The ultimate despair. Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. Literally, like, on the stand, died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? Oh, you know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked on Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Why is Dahlia related to everyone's first court case? I don't know. No, she wasn't related to Phoenix's first court case. Just Mia's and Edgeworth's. I checked on one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia. Well, I guess it was his first case in court, I guess, as the defendant. Sorry. I guess you're right. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Yeah. Fine, Matt. You win. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. actually. That's funny. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. Yep. The woman who tried to kill me. It happens, Phoenix. Don't feel special. She's tried to and has killed many people. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. Oh? What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. Yes, that's precisely it. She was Satan. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed? What? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, Wright, and for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. I beg to differ. Miles Edgeworth, do you know where we are? She's dead. And once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them. They do die. Mimi, no. Rip Mimi. There's no way to revive the dead. That's not true. Well, I mean, you can't revive them, but they can definitely come back for a bit. I'm in actual shambles right now. I'm so sorry, Matt. I wonder. Seems like you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edward. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Corrine channeling technique. Did you say Corrine channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Ooh, about that. Fraudulent. I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. We know, Edward. Hey, Edward, I don't know if you remember, but Phoenix is the one that proved what really happened. We know. I was caught up in the middle. Yeah, we know. In the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you know. Wait. Did he forget? Did he forget that we know about all of this? Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the crime channeling technique is real. Let's see if we can break her thing. Don't know if we can yet, but we can try. The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be true?
Yes, that's where I was.
Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Sister Bikini did. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course.
Sister Bikini?
Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder.
That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early, so I want to be late.
What time was that?
Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So, I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think.
I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you.
Huh?
Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. Yeah, because she rang the bells. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have.
Who's that?
Me.
Mr. Wright?
We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten?
No, that's right. I remember.
And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. I've done my more than fair share of criminal activity in Minecraft. Of course, in Minecraft. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. You skipped class? In Minecraft, right? So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were 2 of you! You split yourself in half, Iris! Because I'm a hardcore rebel. You're truly going to hell. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy! How could that be? I don't know! There's only 1 of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than 1 of me. Iris identity crisis. There's 2 of me? Dahlia Hawthorne, deceased. Morgan Faye's daughter and Iris's twin sister. She was executed last month. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well.
I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer...
Yeah, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you, who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Iris, look around. Where are we? I like Iris, not gonna lie. Very different than what you were saying yesterday. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo. A training ground of the Karine channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Got her. I genuinely thought it was Dahlia. Well, she's dead, so...
I was in my room in the main hall that night.
Zooey, mama.
As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister. Talia, the other half of me who passed away last month.
Passed away is a light word. Light phrase. She had a literal evil twin. Just as I suspected.
Your Honor, it wasn't me. It was the ghost of my evil twin.
I've said the secret 16th student too much this stream, but like, dude. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder, it was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why don't you just tell me this before?
Because my sister always does the right thing.
Excuse me?
And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again.
You betrayed her? What do you mean?
That's why I have to accept that I may be found guilty. It's the only way.
What is she talking about?
You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path.
I'm so insanely immature every time I see the word Sister Bikini, I break down.
She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life.
Not crime after crime, murder after murder. She is a serial killer. She's killed countless people.
It's all because I betrayed her.
How'd you betray her, Iris?
It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place.
At least 3.
After all, I helped plan the whole thing.
That's more than 1. Like, she tried to kill Phoenix, she killed that Doug Swallow guy, she not directly, but inadvertently killed Terry Falls, she killed Valerie Hawthorne. That's murder is a crime, but like, it's a specific crime, you know, murder. She's not like doing like petty crimes like stealing diamonds. She's, you know, murdering countless people. Crime is a light way of putting that she is a serial killer.
After all,
Yeah, she poisoned Diego, I forgot about that. Totally forgot about that. Yep, there's another one. It's 5. Diego. Oh, Matt, you weren't here for Diego. From Go Diego Go. Actually, yes.
After all, I helped plan the whole thing.
What?
But I got scared, so I ran away.
What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful.
But I promised that I help. And she didn't do it for the money.
Huh?
It was revenge on our father.
Revenge? What do you mean by revenge?
He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell.
I did see Diego though because I watched the VOD after. I felt really bad for telling you to play and then immediately falling asleep. Oh. So you know. You're caught up on the lore. Her mother, she must be talking about Morgan Fay.
Her mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. For power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Karine.
That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. Did anyone else have this Go Diego Go Wii game where he went back in time and helped out some dinosaurs? I don't think I did. I don't think I had that. I think I had some other ones, though. But I don't think I had that one.
But before long, the credibility of the Karine tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake.
I love that game. Lost the disc though. Pain.
It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there.
And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple?
Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see.
Oh.
And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family.
Go Diego Go, Dinosaur Rescue. No, I never played that one.
I've heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally.
I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together.
I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor.
This incident, everything related to it, goes back to the history of the Fay clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me.
What is it?
During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him?
Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts.
Okay. Phoenix is just here, like, pointer finger. Did she say anything about me? Yeah, she hated you. Oh! Oof. Yikes. I see. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate.
Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise.
Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's psyche lock. Pearl's a murderer. She did it. She's a murderer. Nope. Hi, Edgeworth. Sorry. Didn't mean to see you there. Ooh. Just looking for Pearl. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Do you think Iris knows that he's the guy? Oh, probably. Probably, yeah. Because she recognizes him somehow, so I'm sure she knows. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. She's messing with him.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
You're too late, Nick. You came here for one of our potatoes. We've already polished them off. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Alright, Pearls. Let's break your heart, little girl. She likes to do a little trolling. A little silly goofy. Talia left a note before the possession. I like tell Phoenix I hated it. Real. The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Stonham's room reading the book together, correct?
Yeah, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end.
You didn't go?
No, There was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried. I had to go. I don't know what I'd do with myself. I was so nervous.
So Pearls never went to Miss Stonham's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? The Inner Temple, probably. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now I'm gonna take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, right or wrong, okay?
You mean you know?
If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? It genuinely maddens me that Phoenix says her name in plural. He's just trying to give her a cutesy nickname, Matt. Jeez, have some whimsy in your heart.
Okay.
You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is probably Maya, right? Worried about her? It's obvious that you were what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course.
I signed up for your special course.
Well, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. I have plenty of whimsy. One time my teacher said my jumper was whimsical actually, so shush. Young people can be so reckless with their health. There's so many better nicknames for people called Pearl. Well, Maya already took calling her Pearly, so Phoenix just went with Pearls, okay? Okay? Have some whimsy. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? I missed what she said. It's okay, we've read it before. And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, annoying little clam poop. You felt responsible, didn't you?
Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple.
Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. What about that time when it was you headed over to the Inner Temple?
It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10.
Oh god, I just had a disturbing thought. Yes?
I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow. I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock.
Until after 10? How'd you know what time it was?
Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out.
She heard the lights out bell? The Hazakura Temple's bell is pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing.
I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all.
Oh. Because she was listening to it. She was the one that got the note. Imagine if Dahlia took over Pearl to commit the murder. Uh-oh.
I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible.
She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell?
Huh? Oh,
I think I know why. The reason you're so worried about that bell was because of this. She had the note, didn't she? Because it mentions the light out bell, doesn't it? Yeah, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Oh no. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper?
Where did you?
In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell.
I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing.
These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls.
For me? No.
As you can see, a large portion has been burnt. But the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. There's no way to get this wrong, Phoenix. The person you're trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... Maya Fey. No, it's Dahlia, right? It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in this letter. Godot! It was Godot! The prosecutor who's shrouded in mystery, who seems to know me somehow. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris who Sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? Please, no, don't make us see the model.
No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions.
I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. Ooh. That's not bad, actually. That's like a normal-looking human. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. Well, wait, low-key guys getting Elden Ring vibes here. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? It's gotta be Morgan, right? Trying to break the family. Pearls. I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? Oh. But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you. That's why.
How did you...
I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fey. Alright, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth.
Mr. Nick,
Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this.
Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child.
Huh?
If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof.
What?
Because I don't think you have any.
She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. Guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Pearl is a traitor. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you.
I knew it.
However, I do know that whoever did it was a child.
Huh? How do you know that?
Couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. Oh my god.
A simple mistake? What do you mean by that?
I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you've been given. But you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. What? Be careful, once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Her name is, she's the whole. Here's a picture of her, use it when you channel her, I know you can do it. Once this is burned, they'll also tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to wait. Gravely and gravy. The master. She gravied the master. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it?
But why would I do something like that?
Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition? But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast among others, right?
How did you know that?
Remember the conversation you had with Miss Donham on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together.
Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading.
Well then, would you like to practice reading with me?
Miss Elise? So for example, how do you read this?
It says gravely. It's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Dunham taught you how to read gravely in a roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounds like gravy to me.
Oh, gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food.
And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast. Lock her up, folks.
To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea.
Just a tiny bit.
I really am useless.
No. Life is short, so make sure to spend as much of it as you can in front of a computer. That's my wisdom before I leave. Bye, Matt.
I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me.
I may be back, undetermined.
Such a simple thing, I couldn't even do it right. Bye.
I hope no one else dies while you're gone. Oh, one other thing? Yes.
After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy.
The gravy?
I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Karine, like it said in the letter.
I see, and then?
Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow, so I went to the inner temple guest area.
The guest area?
Yeah, I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Gender fluid characters are so underutilized in media, like there needs to be more powerful gender fluid characters. I have this whole power for one, it's so cool. That's actually, yeah, I agree. That's pretty cool. Needed to say it somewhere. Bye, y'all. Bye, Matt! Bye!
Yeah, I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Why didn't you just go to the training hall?
Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. Then,
Pearls, did you fall asleep?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it.
Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I forgot he was here. I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple?
Yeah, when I woke up it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept.
Oh, Pearl.
I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and
left off some steam. Let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. Aww. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry.
It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring.
So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit?
No. I tried, but I couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it?
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time, but I just couldn't do it.
Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit? Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone?
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though.
Could you please tell me what it is anyway?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone else was channeling Dahlia. Someone else? What do you mean?
Well, there's only one of each spirit, right?
Yup, it's like dating a girl, Nick. Not that you know much about that. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. And that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne.
I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish.
Her final wish?
Yeah, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully.
This letter. Definitely need to find out more about it.
My mother had gone to a place called a penitentiary.
Yeah, I know Pearls.
I visit her every month. And last month she told me...
The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. So she's been planning this for a while. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. That's why Pearl planned the trip. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden.
My mother's always so nice to me. I love her very much.
Oh, Pearl. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right?
She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too.
Oh.
That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
I guess so, yeah.
There was a picture of her with her leather, too.
A picture?
Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time...
Pretty weird, huh? She's being played. Poor Pearl. Like Larry knows anything about this stuff.
There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before.
That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out.
You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright.
Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Oh, it's Godot. That means someone else knows the plan. Yeah. Finally figured it out, have you, Wright? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a frickin' puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Faye isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Wright. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Faye. Two sisters, caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. Again. Really, he couldn't. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. What did I just say, Wright? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all.
Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true?
It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick.
Aw. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. Ugh. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Oh no. Now finally, After all this time, the master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Oh no. Oh. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1.
Good morning! Oh, are you by yourself? What a loser. No friends.
Morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya?
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to move those trick locks in the training hall?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it is kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh, it was Edward. Edward. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would be but Godot? Godot. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. Oh, oh, that's so sweet. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly, as we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edward. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touche. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else. Literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. Aw, that was sweet. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donham. Edgeworth is a bro. No, I mean Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. So you're telling me that the poor jury must be so confused right now. The judge has changed, the defense attorney has changed, and the prosecutor has changed from yesterday. The jury just must be like, what is happening? It's time to end this. Your Honor? What are you... who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past, and we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understand exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. A confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? Uh-oh. Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
I'm the murderer. Send me away. Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's alright. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in that terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Stoneham?
No, I'm not, Your Honor.
I don't trust Godot at all. I feel bad for him, but like he's up to something very naughty. Agreed, his grudge doesn't make sense.
But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it.
What? Order in the court! Order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Ugh, that Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Great. Now then, little lady. If you don't mind, I got a question for you. Whose crime are you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket.
I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Karain tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yeah. And that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Karain channeling technique.
Mystic Maya Fey. Oh, Maya. No, not again. Huh? Don't tell me she's being accused of murder again. Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? And this time, she really did it. Order! Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer?
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
That's ridiculous. Why couldn't have done such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. The real murderer.
I went to the inner temple that night and saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
So it was in self-defense?
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected? Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted to it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. The real murderer. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike?
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Wait a minute, that's not... What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh? And Elise Dunham tried to stab her with this weapon? So she threw down her actual weapon to grab a dagger, huh? To kill Miss Faye?
Yes, exactly.
You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. You have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Yeah, a big one. Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Yeah, I do. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yeah, well, nevertheless, that's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue.
Her staff is a weapon?
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Miss Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense to me at all.
But all you can do with that staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword.
Oh.
If Elise Dunham really had wanted to kill Maya Faye, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. There is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Dunham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Because it's her mom. Elise Dunham would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dunham. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No! Not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to? Misty Fey is the master of the Karine channeling technique. She's also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious?
It's serious. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dunham actually the great Mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing? Order! Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away his sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes, what is this one little impossible thing? You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had the detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where'd you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? What? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? It's gonna belong to Maya. Were you even listening, old man? It's gonna be Maya's blood. I first heard this confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. But didn't the investigators have issues beforehand to find anything? Literally, they were struggling to find a murder weapon, but so conveniently, the murder weapon was sticking in a tree? Like, what? Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Okay, so it doesn't even have her blood on it. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Found behind a tree in the inner temple garden, the blood is being analyzed now. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after hearing After having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. So true. He's so right. He's so based. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but I want to read something real quick.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she was stabbed in the back.
It had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
No, she was stabbed in the back. Always trust the autopsy report. It never gets updated.
Something about you just isn't right today, Iris.
Huh?
Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? No. Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make any sense. Throwing away a useful staff, then the people fighting being mother and daughter. And now she falsely claims that the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light? By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, Shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yeah, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it could have been difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Wright? No.
Are you kidding me?
Order! 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 Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. A lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit the night of the crime. Why is the judge sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was the flame too hot? This lantern? There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood! Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet? Written in blood? Oh no. He didn't know. It says Maya upside down. What the?
Oh yeah, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? Oh, you can't see it. What do you mean? What are we talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern. It's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Donham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Sister Iris's cover-up.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Quran tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple myself. I dragged her behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shishishito to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body?
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan, but even so, I never imagined. That Elise Stoneham was actually Misty Faye. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor.
I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yeah, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. And we'll do that in just a moment. I'm going to take a quick break, maybe a couple minutes.
I will BRB in a moment. See you guys soon.
Boo! I'm back, gamers. Hello. Alright.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty.
I'm gonna talk about the snowmobile. Oh, Phoenix. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. Why would she want to do that? Only one reason I can think of. The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? A tracks? He really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
Ah, I see. Snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped.
Don't think so. Don't think so, lady.
That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? Very important, Your Honor. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. You. Let's get this snow business covered up, shall we?
Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Liar, liar. Oh, Iris, caught in your web of lies. Caught in your web of lies.
Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not that one. But she had a new statement. Oh, yeah, there it is, You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because it was on fire? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Order, order, order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. But me? How dare you? Whether this... Hold on. Oh my god, Godot's voice is actually killing me. Like literally, he's killing me. Whether this witness lied or not does not mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dono was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Dono's body. He makes a good point on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy.
You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Wright, maybe you can explain this before the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Ugh. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. By flying? They just checked her. Phew. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to You're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. All right then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony? Moving the body.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much?
Yeah?
Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge?
So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Okay. Oh, I see it. The suspension cables were below the bridge. So this photo is upside down. Got it. It's upside down. She's being swung over by one of the cables. I'm assuming that cable that's broken right there. I got it. I got it. It was certainly burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Yeah. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's gonna be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Trey, I'm only gonna say it one more time. It's only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our way. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. All right, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. Don't think so, lady. You flew! Like Matt would say, you're a magical fairy. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's being pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness? Can't chicken out here. Gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Donham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Donham. Brilliant? Highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night, he was at the mountain shack of Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. Oh, his head's upside down. That's funny. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? It's not. Your Honor, I'm so sorry. Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does this sketch prove anything? Actually, Godot, I think that art's actually pretty good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm gonna prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You try to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with the sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is gonna forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Laurice Donham is, exactly what happened. Evidence of nothing, it's a contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. Oh, I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurice Donham stated that it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
Contradicts reality?
This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? The suspension wires should be on the bottom. It's the wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Look at Are you stupid? But that's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge,
Jumping Jehoshaphat!
the wires are below the guard wires.
What? Order! 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 This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong?
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Laurice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility, but then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Laurice was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall, waiting for a lover that was never gonna come. He waited and waited, and he finally lay down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now, ponder what sort of position Maurice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah! No way. Laurie Stoneham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Got him. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. Oh my gosh, I keep sneezing. The correct way to view Laurie Stoneham's sketch is like this. That is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Whoa, ridiculous. Order, order! Of all the things to say, a pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp. Oh, crispy tweet. A crisp. There's no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yeah, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there, though they used the suspension cable. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? It's right there. The suspension cable. It's broken. And the meaning of this is? If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Oh, my beard is glorious. This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck in the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Stoneham's body. Oh, there she goes. Whee! Like a pendulum. That's crazy. Crazy good aim. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Nothing to say, Godot. I got ya. Mr. Godot? Oh, he's still going. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. You didn't ask him a question yet. You just said his name. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right. Wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Wasn't her body like super bruised? Like, and nobody could figure out why? Body fell 10 feet after her death, yeah. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped.
Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, that was the spot where the criminal...
Yeah, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking on the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests their body dropped some distance. Idiot!
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. Iris, you're being really weird today. I don't like your attitude. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet.
Ah, science.
And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yeah, this bloodstained amethyst crystal, it's the one that came off Miss Elise Dunham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found.
Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... Ah!
Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright! It's been a while, Godot. I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Wright. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? Coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, trite?
Oh, I got it. I figured it out.
Oh. Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yeah, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
And who was the person there that was setting up the scene? That was Iris. Iris caught it. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? It's gotta be Iris, yeah. Can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? Ah, but I
don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile.
But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
Right. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? When you first get, yeah.
Mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. Oh.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
It's not Iris. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is? There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand, her real name is Maya Faye. No, it's Dahlia. It's 100% Dahlia. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. She's dead. She died. Oh yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne.
Ooh, snap.
I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor's all mine. No, the honor's all mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. Look at me. I've died before. I've said this all the time. What? Order, order, order.
Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
You, of all people, should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Karine channeling technique flows within that body. The Karine channeling technique? Now where have I heard that? This little thing, it was called DL6. That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone? Hey, Keeper! Thank you for the raid!
Hi! Hi, Keeper viewers! Hi!
On the very night of the murder, to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. How are you? How'd your stream go? Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened. I may have given Soul an existential crisis. What did you do? What did you do to Soul? What did you do to them? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
Oh, what's that?
I made them question their morality. Oh no. Oh, mortality, sorry. Oh no. Oh, I can't wait to watch your VOD later. These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled.
Well, hi, Keeper viewers. Hello. Hi again. Welcome on in.
That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. I must say it. I seem to have been isekai'd into the realm of the dead. Without the dead, of course. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her. Namely one Dahlia Hawthorne back from the dead to kill again. Do you even know what you're saying, Wright? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? What? Calm down. Remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. There she goes. Whee! It was later that the body was moved by a pendulum. That's right. Namely, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yeah. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall, where they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. No, she hasn't. No, she hasn't. Not yesterday. Yeah, I suppose. Can't deny any of that.
Yeah, thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced.
Something still seems off, way off. Still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switch places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand. But I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Oh yeah, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Yeah, there was. This earthquake. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh? Explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about, freely unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. We're just about to put Edgeworth on blast. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was Edgeworth. He was busy having a crisis, you see. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Oh, don't show it again. It made me so sick. Earthquake! Oh my goodness. The inner temple. This kind of tremor might... How could I have? She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. Oh yeah, that is when she started acting weird. And it's true Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Oh, be quiet. There she is. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession?
Permanently retired. That's so sick. That's such a sick line. I know we're supposed to like hate Dahlia and stuff, but she's so cool. That was awesome. What did you miss? This isn't Iris. At all. It's a different spirit medium channeling, Dahlia on the stand. Also, Larry's picture here, it's upside down. The body was swung on a pendulum. Like that. Also, Godot didn't know that Maya was written on this lantern. And was there anything else? I think that's about it. I think that's about all you missed. So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead.
There's really nothing you can do to punish me. Oh, that's such a scary sprite. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time I'll end it. For her and for myself. Let's end it. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yeah? How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. When you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
That smirk on Dahlia's face reminds me of someone else's. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work,
Maya Fey would first have to die. Ooh.
The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seemed to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are? Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey?
Yeah. You have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. Oh. Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot's correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? I mean, it makes sense, you know? You were executed last month, correct?
Yeah, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan? Are you crazy? At first that woman was planning to kill me as well.
Even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make
Pearl Fey, the master of crime? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fey, is that correct?
Yeah, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in my life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
Oh my god! So she was the mastermind behind that too? That's crazy! You mean Iris?
Yeah. My father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fey heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back.
Morgan is single-handedly the most evil character in this series. She instigated so much stuff in his franchise. Real.
All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Before it to work, Maya would have to die.
Maya would have to die, but why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well.
How could anyone do that? Morgan needs to be executed right now. You're going to kill Maya? She said it like 5 times.
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job.
Morgan's so selfish, yeah.
In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped.
Maya Fey is dead. Oh.
Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd. Maya is just... She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you?
Why do you hate women, Danny? Why do you hate women? Why do you hate women? Why do you hate women right now? Go on, explain yourself. Go on. cheering for Maya being dead and wanting to kill Pearl. It sounds like you're only wanting the death of women, so... yikes. Yikes. Ooh.
You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. Why did you personally think of Morgan's plan? What did you personally think of Morgan's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yeah, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, then why'd you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it.
I'm just saying kill Pearl and Morgan's plan will be useless in the long run. Okay, then why'd you cheer for Maya being dead? Go on, explain yourself. Go on. The court is watching. Objection, Your Honor!
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me why.
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself, for my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead?
Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fina, what my goal was?
Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay.
Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was using Morgan in her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fay.
That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? Looks like I have no choice to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. Keep a cool head. I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Oh! Was it to get back at Mia? Oh, it was so to get back at Mia, wasn't it? Because Mia's the one that got her in jail. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone? Mia, yeah.
I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey.
Somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation.
I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel.
Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yeah, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most.
I wanted to kill her with my own hands.
And that would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plan.
Just for that. For that, you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So it was at least Donam who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storm room.
Oh. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
Oh. What does that mean? No clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
Oh. You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was...
Ooh.
Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I'd been trapped in there.
But how'd you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern?
Yeah, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge, so I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
Huh. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
Oh, Iris. The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright.
Stupid girl.
I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. and I locked her away in my place.
Oh, so Iris is back there right now.
I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one who had summoned me, I'd assumed that it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
Oh. No way. No. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Talia sucks, poor Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense.
You sure about that? Just think about it.
Yeah, Dahlia's. Yikes.
There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fay had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out?
The bottom of Eagle River.
Where else?
Oh, Eagle River? Oh, no.
Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River.
Oh, no.
Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Oh, no. Oh. Not the time. It's really not the time. Oops. Sorry. That's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Get out here. Okay. Thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fay? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh?
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she? Oh, there was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, can't be.
I told you, didn't I?
She's dead. No. No! Oh. Oh, that's sad. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Stoneham, also known as Misty Fay, was her own daughter, Maya Fay. Oh. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. Can't be. Oh, hey, sorry, it was Godot. Wright, have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. Oh, she would have landed on the rocks.
That's right, that's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Wright. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Yeah, isn't there, Yeah, there's like all those rocks there. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh. You're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Huh. So you finally figured it out. You... No! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. I have a thought. I think I know where she's hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
I have an idea. I think I know exactly where she is. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is that one possibility you are talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So, where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead, but I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Do you really want to know? I suspected. Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in the inner temple, in Hazakura Temple, in this very courtroom. Let's go! She's here! There's only one possibility left. Yo, combo. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne? I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fay, that pathetic little sniveling runt. I'm pretty sure it's not. No, you're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Who do you think? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? I'm legit so happy. It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. That's so funny. Maya Fay. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fay is gone. There's only one possibility left. That makes sense though, someone knew what Pearls was doing. Yeah. Come on already, I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fay. What? Maya was sneaky but clever. But how could that be? Remember this witness? What this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fay. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Oh, I don't! What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason. To protect herself from you. Protect herself? From me? Yeah. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fay. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No. Don't say that. You were saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fay killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This is the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia Fay. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh! So it's true. It was you. Yeah. You're something else. What? What are you doing here? Pearl was literally there. Right? Where did Pearl just come from? Dahlia. I was assuming this whole time that Pearl was like sitting in the audience and then suddenly all of a sudden she pops up next to me in the council spot. Like, bro, but what are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearl's, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fay. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me.
She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free?
What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do.
Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible,
and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put the lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else.
Oh, Pearl.
By one Pearl Faye. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't forget this.
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. I hope Godot is happy to see me again. Does it look like he's very happy? He's kind of stressing.
Yeah, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago.
The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but...
After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne,
the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me.
Well, I'm still alive, but...
You wound up killing someone else.
As a result, you were sentenced to death.
Thank you for the posture check. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny.
You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face.
And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Faye escape. Even though she was right there in front of you.
Mia Faye. Mia Faye. Mia Faye. Mia Faye. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Faye like I swore I would. And if only you hadn't gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict. If you had gotten him, I wouldn't have been hanged to death.
True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
What? What did you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you'll never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity.
Oh, get her, Mia!
I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead.
What about it?
And you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature
who can never win at anything. Oh, snap! Mia, get her! Get her, Mia! And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope for freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. Oh, how could I lose to the likes of you? No longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oh, snap. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, that was sick. Oh, look how cool she looks. What the heck? She has no right looking this cool. I'm not ready to go. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, that's so, oh, it's a symbol. Hey! Oh, that is so cool. Oh my god. This is awesome. What the hell? Hey, Maya! It's you! You're alive!
Nick? Sis?
Oh, Maya. Oh, oh no! Oh, that was sick. That was so cool. Anyway, now then. I assume you are the real Iris?
Yes. I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
And imagine she knocked her head falling down and died. Oh my god. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I could see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Judge's worldview has been changed by this episode. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Quran channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. OMG, finally his brother did something useful. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Objection! You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. Oh, what do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. Are you kidding me? What? Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Oh yeah, she was murdered. That Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the star room and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. Oh. I think I was stabbed. We gotta still figure out who killed little Misty. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least Stoneham. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over! Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Is that how it works? I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution's ready to call our final witness. Final witness? The one who'll clear up this whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Aw. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? She can't testify after what she's just been through? She doesn't even know where she is right now. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well, but first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trey, I got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day. We didn't even have a chance to talk.
And then Edgeworth comes in. Ah, Godot, you said you mentioned no beautiful women, but you didn't mention no beautiful men. A beautiful man comes to save the day. That'd be funny.
But I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though, I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister... I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either.
Yeah, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong, she never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up...
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean?
Yes, 2 defense attorneys, Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes? What is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donham, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away.
I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but
the path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
Exactly.
We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it?
It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
Knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her up in a robe and stabbed her with a shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Defendant?
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Oh, hi Mia. Mia, I forgot you were here. How's Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried.
She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donham really was?
Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her.
I told her everything I knew. But why?
Maya's stronger than you think.
I knew she could take it. All of it. Yeah, just dump all that on her. Hey, Maya, remember our mother that went missing 17 years ago? Oh yeah, she's dead. She died right in front of you. Isn't that crazy? Anyway, peace. I gotta go. Bye. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't there by accident. Just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge.
That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly. So the culprit... someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose.
Okay. I got it. Thank you, Mia. Wait, I got a bad feeling about this. Ooh. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? Who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. Ooh. I'm pretty sure this is the actual ending. We're almost there. We're almost there, gamers. It's strange how a certain someone wasn't there to be a prosecutor after the incident. This is gonna be rough. Yeah. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? The dagger, Phoenix? Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. Totally forgot about that. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to the time constraints, a full test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. And whose was it? The blood doesn't match the victim's. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but... This trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Oh, hey. She changed her clothes. Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. law offices.
Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the crime channeling technique. She's so traumatized. Poor girl.
I'm frightened. The Faye clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. Oh. Oh, Maya. The pain the Faye bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Faye. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. This is definitely the most complicated and emotionally traumatizing case in this trilogy. Yeah. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dodom's murder. This is all your fault, Morgan. Damn you, Morgan. Rot in hell. Is this correct?
I didn't see anything.
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. Jeez, good help. Has she not been executed? I want Morgan executed. She's only been in there for a year. I think she'd have to go. And plus, she also technically didn't murder anyone. She was just the conspirator to murder. So she probably wouldn't be executed. She's probably like doing life, but I don't think they're gonna execute her. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Oh, Maya, poor thing. My sweet girl.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose there must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that'll be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Oh. So, who are you screaming help me to, Maya? You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope.
Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? What did she scream? My last hope? Wait and see. What was your last hope? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No, that's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me.
Yeah?
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like what you do. What do you call it when it that's like, what do you call, like, oh my god! Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Ooh. Huh? Oh, she was hiding that. Ooh. Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Oh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
Ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to this case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
A man behind your attacker, huh? Also, wait, it was not lit. What? You couldn't have seen it. So there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Stoneham, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer?
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Godot, explain this! And the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup au lait. Café au lait? Is lait? Café au lait? Is that even legal? Lait is lait. Mr. Tright's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor. Oh, I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed the two, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. What did you say? If there was truly no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick. May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
Oh, I think I got it too. Order! 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 What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Trey, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
I bet there was, Godot. I bet there was. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick.
Oh.
I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Oh. You talk a good game, Trey. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please stop.
Oh, this is so sad. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say this face saw in the darkness? Well, let's look at all the men we have. We have Godot, Gumshoe, Larry, and Miles Edgeworth. Who could it possibly have been? Larry. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? Bailiff, the lights. What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. Lights, please. What? This is... But it can't be. Yeah, the third... Oh, look how cool he looks, though. Yeah, that happened in the third case. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order! 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 Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Ooh. Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Oh, well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night, was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya?
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What?
Witness! Oh, stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. It's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yeah, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
Okay, Maya. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Okay. Alright, let's calm down here. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Let's not be misogynistic here. The torches were lit?
Yes, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed.
I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? It's true, it's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. But they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would someone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area had collapsed and ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. It's true. He could have just scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. The clues they put throughout this series. Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
Well, for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with a crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
The The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yeah, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden...
She may have thought that you had done it? No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. That doesn't make sense, though.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because why would...
I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what happened.
If that's the case, then why wouldn't they clean up her name that's written on the stone lantern? The body of Elise Donham was carried all the way to the Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order, order, order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed. But it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body or remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. Must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? The killer wrote it to pin the crime on Maya. The killer didn't notice it. He didn't notice it was there. Prosecutor Godot, early in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as you thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
Yeah, any normal person. You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident. Who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether? And who would that be? Who is this person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Okay, come on, Judge. Really? He literally didn't notice it earlier in this trial. Mr. Godot. This is what you said yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern? There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Trabian. This is the apron that delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I was sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time firmly accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Stoneham, also known as Miss Misty Fay. It's hard to believe that this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Wright. The answer is right there at the crime scene. Oh, it's why they cleaned up all of the snow. In the snow. The snow? How so? For example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out just that area? Why didn't he take just that area? Could it be? Yeah, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he just removed the whole area.
Objection.
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Nope. Yeah, I was gonna say that. Maya. Wait just a minute. Maya. What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection.
Maya. You can't testify to something like that. What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't... I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? Yeah. We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Aw. Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Wright. Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir.
After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
Okay. Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot? Let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. After the incident. Okay.
Pearlie was also stuck at the inner temple that night. The next morning she was not
He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up?
That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy, going over the garden with fine-toothed combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation my own way, Godot style. And I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Godot's investigation. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looked like my investigation went about as well as yours, Wright. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Oh, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only thing I discovered was the beauty in the trading hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh, the scroll? Western tastes. Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So, from there you were headed to the prep room? Wait a sec. What did Godot just say now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Donham. If he arrived there for the first time, how'd he know that this was a scroll of Misty Faye? Mr. Godot. The first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Because you can't read! Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there.
It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark,
then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
oh,
Yeah, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
that's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Oh, he was the one that originally opened the letter. Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yeah, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew that the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. You still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit to a detention center? Yeah, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like a prosecutor. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order! 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 Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all that just to protect this witness. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. Oh, not her. But I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. It is if it's related to someone you loved, Godot. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Oh. Guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Aw. Okay, Wright. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Mia. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome that left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. Oh. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. It's terrible. You got animeified. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Aw, Mia. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. Aww. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? Dahlia. The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Hey, besties, we hate her too. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me. For someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Wright. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It's all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Mia Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Karine Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. Ooh.
But, how'd you contact my mother? She'd been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Karine had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget. No matter how far from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well,
If you like, you can come to my room.
perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. Oh, now the creepy moment makes sense, yeah. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. Oh, what? What do you mean? She channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Karine, Misty Fey's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fey wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm gonna admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to the incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't.
Maya.
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot.
Oh.
I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Fey, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. Thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights? I thought you said you didn't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Fey? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Godot had no choice, I think. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yeah, that's right.
That scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? A man screamed, huh? So then that scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. What about the dagger, though? Sorry to say this, you know, the dagger that Godot conveniently had, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. At least he admits it. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said she'd already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Wright. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? The dagger. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yeah, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. It's not, though. We already established that. It's not from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Wright. Order! Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Wright. Let's just say it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I'd be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to this courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, I really were the killer. I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. True. But it can't be. Man, this is the one time where I actually don't want the killer to be convicted. This is rough. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Wright. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, go. Wait a minute! What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya. This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer? That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Yeah, because everyone knows you can't change clothes. No. Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. That's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Order in the court. What the witness says is true. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? The judge just takes smart pills during the last recess. Well, then maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Wright. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Godot naked, murdering people. So that's all you got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. I've already played this. In hindsight, it could have changed between yesterday after the bridge was fixed and today. True. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here? So come on, Wright. Can you do it or not? Ooh. How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you even got one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. It's the only choice I have. I thought it's one of the rules. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm gonna bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition. Just as you want it. That's good. Fighter till the bitter end, Wright. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point. Oh! Why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Love it. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You got nothing, Wright. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. Gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Oh, under his mask. Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, Wright. Let's hear what you got. Where's this location where you say the killer could have hid his wound? Under your mask, right? I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Wright? Ooh! Oh! What was that just now? Why am I hearing Godot's thoughts? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Oh. 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 It's beneath your mask. Oh, Mia. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right. Your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Oh. Oh, he exploded. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. What? I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. Aww. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You? Yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. Couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Aw, do you know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose. I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. Aww. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. Aww. You're wrong! You put your life on the line to save Mia. Maya. Maya, not Mia. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. That stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. Damn, this one woman has ruined the life of so many people in this franchise. She's like destroyed like all of their lives. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot? I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando? I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Oh! Oh no. Thanks. Oh. Your wound. It's bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Oh. 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 Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Oh. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor, I totally forgot that she was the defendant. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene, it's a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you would like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize to me?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Ooh. Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
Oh. Oh. Huh? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine.
He had 2 girlfriends.
And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... Go on, Phoenix.
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Oh. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
Oh. You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
Oh. But why? Is this really the place for this? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to me to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place?
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you.
Oh.
If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life or mine.
Iris. Oh.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
Oh, it's so sad. So sad she's going to jail. I have something to say to you too. Be still, my heart.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Oh.
Thank you.
Oh. Oh, Iris, my sweet girl. She deserves the world. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Aww. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Oh, oh, yeah, I think you're right. That's so cute. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Donham. Godot and Iris, poor guys. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. Let them go. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. He probably wouldn't get a super harsh sentence because he was just, you know, saving someone, so I'm sure it wouldn't be that bad. Court is now adjourned. I recommend 2 fanfics set right after this case. The Dry Branch, Turnabout Catalyst, includes some spoilers for Investigations 1 and Apollo Justice. In the latter, Diego just gets 6 years for manslaughter in defense of another, thanks to Grossberg. And Iris just gets 6 months for evidence tampering. Ooh, interesting. I'll have to check that out after I play some Investigations 1 and Apollo Justice. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Hey Mia, how's it going? Mia! It's always a shock. I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand, too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia. You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. Oh, I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya! I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Oh. Maya. How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your own mother murdered. Youch! Franziska! I forgot you were here. Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Aw. Excellent work, Wright. Huh, Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch.
Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska.
Oh, I don't suppose... Oh, Larry. I was like, who is this? There's room for me in the group hug, is there?
Oh, Larry!
What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once.
That's not true. Right, Nick?
What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. Jeez, Phoenix. Dry branches on Archive of Our Own. Catalyst is on Google Docs. I commented the latter link in the Ace Attorney subreddit 3 weeks ago. Nice, nice. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? What are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well, too? Oh, my beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. She's so amazing. I love her so much. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book. Oh, but don't get carried away. His portrayal of the flames was pretty good. Yeah, he's good at drawing fire. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls, where could she have gone? Normally, normally she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her.
A moment.
Be right back.
Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Franziska. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry. Aww. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Pearl, right? Pearl Fey? The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. Aww. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh, oh hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we got quite the Ow! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Aw, you know. This and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah! Good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien. Where else? Oh, I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be eating at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya is taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Hazakura Temple? For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes all alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie's here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay! Pearlie's not here. Maya! The hanging scroll. Ah! Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearlie! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Aww. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong.
For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. Oh. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini!
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Karine, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. I don't think she did. It was Gregory that didn't know his killer. Like, exactly, yeah. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's...
a photo? Ah! Mother.
Aww. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Oh, 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 that's such a sweet photo. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. Oh, I learned that from all of them. Oh. Oh. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting.
Ah!
This is a day to remember. A day where a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But, I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back.
Alright.
We're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance.
Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get and probably don't want to, but what is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally.
Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh.
I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master of Karine and the office manager of Wright & Co. Law Offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick, too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
Okay, Maya. Oh, I can't believe I've done it. I beat the game after so long.
it's true. Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary, extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
Oh, that was very sweet. Maggie brought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. I wish Pearl had channeled Misty at the end so Maya could at least thank her and say goodbye. Oh, yes, that would have been beautiful.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Khura'in exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Desi and I started a company called Master Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Dung Tigray, so I lent him $500,000 and a tea set, a special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise.
I'm just an old and in the way, a wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Matta. God dang it. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly.
My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Aww. This is so lovely.
Objection!
Oh god, Wendy. What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one is here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of a lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What's with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? If I bring them over to Edgy Boo, I know exactly what he said when he saw them. I really can't accept these, I'm afraid, or something. Oh, when I'll never accept them, gentlemen. It'll treat me like a refined lady. Oh no, I thought we would escape the old bag this game. I finally found something I love to do. Franzie's Whippity Whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh. Oh, that's sweet too. Oh. That was lovely. Oh, we did it. We beat the games. Oh, jeez. Thank you guys so much for showing up. We finally beat it. See you guys next time when we start the Apollo Justice Trilogy. I'm gonna go. I'm exhausted. Bye. Bye, everyone.